Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah. Ma'am, I have taken photos of this. मेरे को एक पेपर पे लिख के दो ना बेटा. So Act 1 and Act 2, which was the 9th standard, is not coming now. ठीक है, ये भी ठीक है. This is also better, na?
Untitled also from.
You are writing and giving, you know.
Yeah.
You and you, because you are writing and giving, na? No. उसको अपना लिखना तो अपना. So I'll then get a comparison.
May I mention the chapter is coming?
Good morning, Akanksha, Shaurya.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
The new syllabus is out. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
So what topic are we doing today?
We can start with from there. Yeah. Angel in disguise.
An angel in disguise. Has it been touched by the other teacher? Has she started this chapter?
But I have extra much.
No, I'm not asking whether you have done it. I'm not talking about your school teacher either. I'm talking about UG teacher. One teacher took one class with you, na?
No, we had no English class last week.
You had no English.
No, that was physics class.
So angel in disguise. Take out the textbook, please. Akanksha, you have the textbook. Angel in disguise. Open angel in disguise.
Okay, so that.
You don't have a textbook. Why? बारिश के कारण textbook नहीं आया. What logic is this? Who else doesn't have a textbook? Why? When are you going to buy? 3 days before the exam. What do you mean मिला ही नहीं? 3 shops में पूछो ना, एक ही shop पे stop मत करो. Who else? No textbook. You'll have to buy a new one, no? दिल्ली वालों को बोलो courier करने के लिए तुमको दे दो. Textbook? Textbook? Page number?
I know the syllabus for it.
Okay, जितना देखो पता उतना लिख दे.
Just chapter or 6 and 10 are नहीं
अच्छा हाँ आपको बहुत बड़ा
हाँ वो करेक्ट 6 to 10 करेक्ट कहाँ 6 to 10 हाँ 6 to 10 सही.
ये है तेरा पीस ऑफ पेपर. अल्लाह, ऐसे लोग पैदा होने लगे तो पेड़ बच जाएंगे बहुत ज्यादा. T.S. Arthur was a popular 19th century American writer. His stories, written with compassion and sensitivity, articulate and spread values and ideas that were associated with respect, middle class life in America. Any word over here you don't understand? In this story, An Angel in Disguise, T.S. Arthur describes the transformative and restorative power of selfless love. That means you love someone and you are not concerned about what that person is doing for you or what he is not doing for you. You are more concerned about what you are doing for him. You are more concerned about the person you love. That is selfless love. Okay. It relates the advent of Maggie, a frail young orphan, into the lives of a wheelwright Joe Thompson. What is the meaning of orphan? Yes. A person whose parents have died, whether he is a child or an adult, is an orphan, no parents. And his vinegar-tempered wife, Jane. What do you think is the meaning of vinegar-tempered? Short-tempered and vinegar-tempered is different. Vinegar is something that is sour and unpleasant, right? You cannot have a glass full of vinegar, can you? No. It's not like apple juice. Yeah. So something that is difficult to tolerate, sahana mushkil, vinegar-tempered. Underline and write the meaning. And the miraculous effect that the child's presence has on the woman's character and the happiness that she brings to her adoptive family. So basically, this chapter begins with a household in a village, rural kind of atmosphere, not city. You want to ask something? Something that cannot be bared, cannot bear it. To be very clear in saying what you're saying. So the chapter begins with a lady who is drunk, who has 3 children and no husband. Tripping, falling down, getting hurt and dying. So now what has happened to the 3 children? They became orphans. Yes. And if this was not sufficient, one of the daughters, Maggie, could not move. She was bedridden. Usko kuch to bimari वगैरह हुई थी. She could not move. So a child like this needs continuous care, right? You have to pick up this child and take to the washroom. You have to do things for this child. You have to cook food and feed that child. That child is not able to eat on her own. Okay. So now out of pity, and not so much pity, but okay, this elder girl can come to my house and she can help me with my work. The neighbors kind of take the other kids. But who wants to take Maggie? Can Maggie help them in their work? No. She is going to be an extra liability. So of course nobody wants to take her. She is left all there. For the sake of the kids, the neighbors put fresh clothes on the children, feed them, perform the last rites of the lady who has died. Although they had a lot of contempt for her, she was not socially popular, she was kind of socially cut off, but they did all this for the sake of the children. But now Maggie is left in that house. The one neighbor has taken one child. So now this person, Joe Thompson, who doesn't have any children of his own, he has a wife who's Jane, and they've already told us that she's vinegar tempered. She's not a very pleasant Anupama type of lady, iske chalo tum kisi ko le aaye and I will take care of that child. She's not like that. Anyway, he takes the child home. He has to carry her in her arms. He takes her home and he tells his wife, tomorrow itself in the morning, I will go and drop her at the orphanage. So, she will be taken care of by the charity house. We don't have to take care of the child. But then something happens. The unexpected happens. So let us read about what happens and why it happens. And does it really happen like this in real life also? Please. Does it happen really in life, real life also? While we are reading the chapter, I want you to contemplate in your mind, ऐसा होता है क्या? Because that is the kind of question that is generally framed on this chapter. So you have to have that kind of a mental frame when you're reading this chapter critically. How plausible, not possible, how plausible is the events of the story. Yeah, ready? Plausible. Idleness, vice, intemperance had done their miserable work, and the dead mother lay cold and still amid the wretched children. She had fallen upon the threshold of her own door in a drunken fit and died in the presence of her frightened little ones. Keep underlining the words that you don't follow. Death touches the spring of our common humanity. This sentence means nothing else but death is inevitable. We are mortals, all of us are going to die one day. This woman had been despised, that means hated, scoffed at, and angrily denounced by nearly every man, woman, and child in the village. She was a cutoff. But now, as the fact of her death was passed from lip to lip, that means one person telling the other person, in subdued tones, not very loudly, it's somebody's death, so it's done in a sober manner. Pity took the place of anger. Up till now, the neighbors have anger for her. But now what is the emotion?
Pity.
Pity for whom?
For the moment.
For the children. Pity took place of anger and sorrow of denunciation. Neighbors burned hastily to the old tumble-down hut in which she had secured little more than a place of shelter from summer heats and winter cold. Tumble down meaning in such shabby state that the hut could have actually collapsed at any moment. It wasn't a really well-built hut. We'll come to it. Okay. Some with grave clothes for a decent intermittent of body, and some with food for the half-starving children. 3 in number, that means there were 3 children. Neighbors were getting food and clothes for the children. Of these, John, the oldest, put a box. We need to know the sequence of the children. Sorrow of denunciation means that you are cut off from the rest of the village. So the feelings that you go through, denunciation means chhod dena, exclusion. A boy of 12 was a stout lad, stout means fat, able to earn his living with any farmer. He was able to work on the farm. Kate, between 10 and 11, so put a box on Kate, that's the second child, was bright, active girl out of whom something clever might be made if in good hands. So if she was brought up by a set of parents who were intelligent, not drunk all the time, something better could have been made out of this girl. But poor little Maggie, put a box on Maggie, the youngest, was hopelessly diseased. 2 years before, before a fall from a window had injured her spine. Spine means backbone. And she had not been able to leave her bed since, except when lifted in the arms of her mother. Any word up till here not understood? Scoffed means kind of shouting at, like that. Separation, exclusion. Shall I continue?
Yes.
What is to be done with the children? That was the chief question now. The dead mother would go underground. Why? Bury the dead. And be forever beyond all care or concern of the villagers. But the children must not be left to starve. Starve means? Shaurya Mehta. After considering the matter and talking it over with his wife, Farmer Jones said that he would take John and do well by him. Now, we need to remember who is taking whom. So Farmer Jones is taking John, obviously to help him on his farm. Now that his mother was out of the way and Mrs. Ellis, who had been looking out for a bound girl, what's the meaning of bound girl? A girl who would work till she grows up. She's bound to the job. Concluded that it would be charitable in her to make choice of Katie, even though she was too young to be of much use for several years. Is she really doing what she's doing out of charity? No. Then she has her own ulterior motives in taking that girl. I could do much better, I know, said Mrs. Ellis. But no one seems inclined means in the tendency of, to take her. I must act from a sense of duty, expect to have trouble with the child, for she's an undisciplined thing, used to having her own way. The way she addresses the girl, undisciplined thing, almost tells her how she's going to treat her. But no one said, I'll take Maggie. Pitying glances were cast on her van and wasted from, and thoughts were troubled on her account. People are wondering, how can I take Maggie? I have my own work to do. How can I take up such a big responsibility? Mothers brought cast-off garments. Cast-off garments means not useful to them anymore, ready to be thrown away. Garments means clothes. So people bought clothes for Maggie, but they didn't take her home. And removing her soiled and ragged clothes. What's the meaning of soiled? Dirty clothes. Dirty. And what is the meaning of ragged? Ragged. Torn. Ran and wasted form means she has a body that is diseased. She is not capable. Dressed her in clean attire, the sad eyes and patient face of the little one touched many hearts and even knocked at them for entrance, but none opened to take her in. Who wanted a bedridden child? You understand the meaning of bedridden?
Yes. A child who cannot walk on his own and do things on his own, and he or she has to be spoon-fed everything.
Very good. Take her to the poor house, said a rough man. So an orphanage sort of thing, poor house. Of whom the question, what's to be done with Maggie, was asked. Nobody is going to be bothered with her. The poor house is a sad place for a sick and helpless child, answered one. So that one person from the village who is saying that a poor house is a sad place for a child who's already ill, but he is also not in a position to take her home. For your child or mine, said the other, lightly speaking. But for this brat, it will prove a blessed change, because she was anyway not looked very after at her own mother's house. So at the poor house, she'll be taken care of in a better way. So it will prove to be a blessed change. Right? That. Sorry, please don't turn your video off. Brat is a person who is spoiled, over pampered. She will be kept clean, have healthy food, and be doctored. Be doctored means will be visited by a doctor regularly, which is more than can be said of her past condition. While she was with her mother, she neither had clean clothes to wear, nor was she taken to the doctor regularly. There was reason in that, but still it didn't satisfy. The day following the day of death was made the day of burial. A few neighbors were at the miserable hovel, but none followed their cart as it bore the unhonored remains of its pauper grave. Any word over here not followed? Miserable hovel. The place where the mother was to be buried. Pauper is poor. Beggar. Farmer Jones, after the coffin was taken out, placed John in his wagon and drove away. Because farmer had chosen John to be taken, so he took him away after the burial. Satisfied that he had done his part, Mrs. Ellis spoke to Kate with a hurried air. Bid your sister goodbye, and drew her tearful children apart ere scarcely their lips had touched in a sobbing farewell. Hastily others went out, some glancing at Maggie and some resolutely refraining from a look until all had gone. She was alone. Just beyond the threshold, Joe Thompson, the wheelwright, paused and said to the blacksmith's wife, who was hastening off with the rest, "It's a cruel thing to leave her so. Then take her to the poorhouse, she'll have to go there," answered the blacksmith's wife. Who is a blacksmith?
A person who crafts shoes.
Shoes. Tools. A person who works with iron. Does anything with iron, converts iron into commodities. Now, who's a wheelwright? You see a wooden
wheels. The one who makes wheels.
No. You see, a wheel is a wooden wheel, right? And if you simply have a wooden wheel on a cart, then that wheel will not last too long.
Yes.
It will wear and tear pretty soon and crack up. So what is done is, this is your wheel, correct? So they will create a groove over here. It's very interesting. They will create a groove over here. So एक पूरी पट्टी यहाँ पर create की जाती है. Now you take a metal ring, which is exactly the size that has to fit on the wheel. But how are you going to fit it? So what they do is they take this metal ring and they heat it up. So on heating the metal ring, you know science, it expands little bit. Then they put it on top of the wheel because वो जरा सा बड़ा हो गया है, and then immediately they throw water on it so that it contracts. तो वो wooden wheel को tight पकड़ लेता है, and now the wheel is sturdy enough to last for some time. So that is a wheelwright. But of course, these traditions are not carried anymore. So I don't think there is any wheelwright, anyone performing this occupation anymore. This story is more than 100 years ago. Getting what's a wheelwright?
Yes.
Also, I want to take this opportunity and tell you that this was a time when World War was over, okay, and certain countries were so badly affected by the war. Certain families were so affected by the war, they did not know whether their parents are alive. The parents did not know whether their kids are alive and where they are. The families were torn apart. Now at this time, the government, Britain is particularly known for this. Even if you see Charlie Chaplin movies, you will see this happening. They thought it's a nice thing to do, to have these government-run orphanages wherein you could pick up children who are almost orphans and you can put them in these houses. For the sake of security of the children, they were placed under brackets. Girls of 11 to 13 years old, boys of 8 to 9 years old. You know, so they were split up into brackets like this. So one house would have around 100 children who are 11 to 13 years old, all girls. Another house would have all boys from 7 to 10 years old. But you see, in doing this, what happens is a set of 3 children. That time they generally had 3 to 4 to 5 children. who have up till now through the war stuck together. They don't know where the parents are, maybe mother died, father died, whatever, but they are together, were split apart. They were split apart. When you are going through a tragedy, you want to be with your family, right? They were split, they were torn apart, they were taken to these houses, they did not know about each other anymore. Not only that, all your Oliver Twist and those orphan and the porridge and giving the sleeping pills and all that started happening in these houses. Then there came a point of time where these houses were completely abolished. So in the story, when this is happening, when those children are being torn apart and all that, so this must have meant a lot to the readers. It must have touched them somewhere because that was the time that they belonged to. This was happening to them. They had friends जिनके साथ ये हुआ था, उनके साथ खुद ये सब हुआ था. So this is something that is very close to their heart. When you will have novels about corona and its effect and all that, it will touch your heart very much because you experienced the lockdown,
Yes,
right? It's not an alien concept for you. Attendance. Akanksha, understanding what is happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Bid your sister goodbye and drew a tearful children apart, ere scarcely their lips had touched in a sobbing farewell. So they meant to kiss each other, the kids meant to kiss each other goodbye. Hastily others went out, some glancing at Maggie and some resolutely refraining from a look. Resolutely refraining from a look means deliberately not looking at the child because it is affecting them. They are feeling bad. Deliberately?
Not looking at it.
Resolutely means deliberately, refraining means stopping yourself from. Until all had gone, she was alone. Just beyond the threshold, Joe Thompson, the wheelwright, paused and said to the blacksmith's wife, who was hastening off with the rest, "It's a cruel thing to leave her so. Then take her to the poorhouse. She'll have to go there," answered the blacksmith's wife, springing away and leaving Joe behind. For a little while, the man stood with a puzzled air. Then he turned back and went into the hovel again. Maggie, with painful effort, had raised herself to an upright position and was sitting on her bed, straining her eyes upon the door out of which all had just departed. A vague terror had come into her thin, white face. "Oh, Mr. Thompson," she cried out, catching her suspended breath. "Don't leave me here all alone." She is the youngest. She's scared. Her mother has just died. Her sister and brother have gone away. Though rough in exterior, meaning his appearance was that of a rough man, well built. Of course, he does this heavy work, so he's rough looking man. Joe Thompson, the wheelwright, had a heart, and it was very tender in some places. He liked children and was pleased to have them come to his shop, where sleds and wagons were made or mended for the village lads without a draft on their hoarded sixpences. "No, dear," he answered in a kind voice, going to the bed and stooping down over the child. Stooping means bending. "You shan't be left here alone." Then he wrapped her with the gentleness almost of a woman in the clean bed clothes which some neighbor had brought, and lifting her in his strong arms, bore her out into the air and across the field that lay between the hovel and his home. Now, Joe Thompson's wife, who happened to be childless, was not a woman of saintly temper. So the opposite of vinegar tempered will be saintly tempered. Now much given to self-denial for others' good, and Joe had well-grounded doubts touching the manner of greeting he should receive on his arrival. So he knew his wife enough to know that she is not going to give them a very warm welcome. "Oh wow, please come in." Mrs. Thompson saw him approaching from the window And with ruffling feathers means undressed and disturbed, not calm and composed, restless. Met him a few paces from the door as he opened the garden gate and came in. He bore a precious burden. Bore means was carrying. And he felt it to be so. As his arms held the sick child to his breast, a sphere of tenderness went out from her and penetrated his feelings. So the author is over and over again making it very clear that Joe Thompson, although doing a very hard physical work, had a very soft heart and he has very soft emotions for the girl. So if there is a question regarding this, give evidence of Joe's emotions for the girl. All these evidences you have to give, which have been repeatedly given in the chapter. Why don't you shift your place wherein I can see you where you're quite hiding behind this boy and disturbing 3 other children. I would rather have you out of the class, huh? A bond had already corded itself around them. A bond. A bond had already corded itself around them both. Who's the them both were here?
The child and he and Joe Thompson.
And love was springing into life. What have you there? Sharply questioned Mrs. Thompson. Joe felt the child start and shrink against him. The child is feeling scared. He did not reply except by a look that was pleading and cautionary. What do you think he's pleading his wife?
Allow him to take it back here.
To keep quiet, firstly, not to say things in front of the child. Cautionary, to be cautious that the child is listening to what she's saying. That said, wait a moment for explanations and be gentle. And passing in, carried Maggie to the small chamber on the first floor. Chamber means nothing but home. And laid her on a bed. Then stepping back, he shut the door and stood face to face with his vinegar-tempered wife in the passageway outside. The passage outside between the rooms, hallway. You haven't brought home that sick brat. Anger and astonishment were in the tones of Mrs. Joe Thompson. Her face was in a flame. Why flame? But why flame?
She was very angry.
The face becomes red in anger, no? I think women's hearts are sometimes very hard, said Joe. Usually Joe Thompson got out of his wife's way or kept rigidly silent. Got out of his wife's way means what?
Trying to avoid any argument.
So he let her have her way. What she wanted, he agreed to it. He did not get into arguments with her generally, but now he wants to put his foot down. The wife doesn't want the child home, but Joe Thompson is putting his foot down that the child is going to be here. Or kept rigidly silent and non-combative. Combative means fight. So non-combative means non-argumentative. When she fired up on any subject, fired up.
She was angry on anything.
But why isn't anyone underlining these words and writing the meaning? Underline fired up and write got angry. Gloria, underline fired up and write got angry. It was with some surprise, therefore, that she now encountered a firmly set countenance. Countenance means approach, set mindset, and a resolute pair of eyes. So you see, the author is telling us that up till now, he used to never argue with her on any point. But now, he's stepping his foot. He's taking a firm stand and saying that Maggie is going to be here. Understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Women's hearts are not half so hard as men's. Joe saw by a quick intuition that his resolute, that is determination, bearing had impressed his wife, and he answered quickly and with real indignation. That is what he had thought, indignation. Be that as it may, every woman at the funeral turned her eyes steadily from the sick child's face. And when the cart went off, with her dead mother hurried away and left her alone in that old hut, with the sun not an hour in the sky. Sun not an hour in the sky, underline. First underline. It was going to be night time in an hour's time. So he's kind of trying to explain to his wife why he couldn't have left the child there. He had to get her home. She has lost her mother. Her sister and brother have been taken away. It's going to be night in an hour's time. How can I leave a small child alone in the house? Is what he's trying to give the explanation to his wife.
Indignation.
Determined. Where were John and Kate? Asked Mrs. Thompson. Who is John and Kate?
Maggie's to the one.
Farmer Jones tossed John into his wagon and drove off. Katie went home with Mrs. Ellis, but nobody wanted the poor sick one. Send her to the poorhouse was the cry. Was the cry?
Many people said that.
Was the general opinion of the people who had gathered there. Why didn't you let her go then? What did you bring her here for? She can't walk to the poorhouse, said Joe. Somebody's arms must carry her, and mine are strong enough for that task. Over here, he means to say that not only his physical body, but his heart and mind are strong enough to do this. The entire village kind of chickened out from taking care of Maggie, even at least taking her to the poorhouse. But he says that my arms are strong enough to do that. Over here, he's not talking only about his physical strength, but he's talking about his mental resolute also. Make a note of that.
Can you tell the meaning of resolute really?
Firmly decided. Underline mine are strong enough for that task and say he's talking about not only physical strength but mental strength also. You can also write it down. Gloria, are you writing the meaning, beta? I can see Swastika and Akanksha writing. I cannot see you writing.
What will be my next?
Show me the word. Shall I continue? Then why didn't you keep on? Why did you stop here? Demanded his wife. Keep on meaning? Going where? So what she's saying is you carried Maggie from her house. Continue to the poor house. Now, what have you come to my house? So this is exactly what we mean by vinegar temper. Is she getting angry? Is she shouting? No. But what she's saying is very sharp and unpleasant. So make a note of this, because when they will ask you for evidence for her vinegar temper, this is what you have to talk about.
Through judgment, she was asking harsh questions to her answer.
Yes.
Yes, one word. Placed John in his bacon and drove away. Bacon.
Wagon,
Wagon.
wagon, car.
So, car is
Wagon is a vehicle. Because I'm not apt to go on fool's errands. This is his reply. Because I'm not a foolish person who will do a work like that. The guardians must first be seen and permit obtained. There was no gainsaying this. When will you see the guardians? Was asked with irrepressible impatience. Tomorrow, that which cannot be repressed. Why put it off till tomorrow? Go at once for the permit and get the whole thing off your hands tonight. Jane, said the wheelwright with an impressiveness of tone that greatly subdued his wife. I read in the Bible sometimes and find much said about little children. He is trying to convince her that their religion does not permit them to do an act like that. So what he is doing is in the path of what God advises them to do. And find much said about little children. How the Savior rebuked the disciples, rebuked means shouted at, who would not receive them. How he took them up in his arms and blessed them, and how he said that whosoever gave them even a cup of cold water should not go unrewarded. So he is saying that the Bible really rewards those who takes care of orphans. Now it is a small thing.
Can we write in characteristics of John Hospital that he was kind, humble, and a religious person?
Yeah, God-fearing. Religious person, God-fearing person. Now that it is a small thing for us to keep this poor motherless little one for a single night, to be kind to her for a single night, to make her comfortable for a single night. Point to be noted that in this dialogue, underline a single night, he has repeated this phrase how many times?
3 times.
Why do you think he's doing this?
To put it,
On what?
that
Emphasize on
the next one.
He wants to overemphasize to his wife that the child is going to be here only for a single night.
He wants to assure her that
He'll take her away. The voice of the strong, rough man shook and he turned his head away so that the moisture in his eyes might not be seen. Moisture in his eyes? Why do you think he's why?
Feeling bad about Maggie.
Feeling bad for Maggie.
Having feelings for that.
Having feelings for Maggie now is as if he wants to marry her. Yeah, having feelings for someone is a phrase which means that you are feeling not like a fatherly affection. His voice of strong, rough man shook and he turned his head away so that the moisture in his eyes might not be seen. Mrs. Thompson did not answer, but a soft feeling crept into her heart. So you see, although all this argument is taking place about she being in their house, both are quite emotional. Why?
Yes,
Because
That's
they
why the
don't
mother
have the
is
practice of a child.
childless. Because they are a couple who have been trying to have a child, but they don't have a child. Now you need to understand this from a perspective that is 100 years old. The age that they are at, the number of years that they have had in marriage, their other friends already have like 5 children. It was the done thing to get married and have children. Firstly, they would get married at a much younger age, wherein the physical body is quite fertile. We these days, on the other hand, are getting married much later. And scientists think that there is a genetic sense to every species. So at that evolutionary level, the human species genetically knows we are too many. So therefore, there are so many women who say we are trying, but we are not having a child. There are so many people, boys and girls, who start saying by the age of 30, I'm not going to get married. Because there is a genetic sense that takes place in species. If we grow any more, we will almost be eating up each other. If there is sustainability for the species called humans, we have to reduce in population. 2 will have to become 1. 2 cannot have 2 more kids, then you're cutting it even. 3 is out of the question. Look at her kindly, Jane. Speak to her kindly, said Joe. Think of her dead mother and the loneliness, the pain, the sorrow that must be on all her coming life. On all her coming life. Manje kai?
She has to live with that feeling for the rest of her life.
Very good. The softness of his heart gave unwanted eloquence to his lips. Unwanted means something that was not decided, that was not expected, that was not planned, unplanned. Unwanted means unplanned. Eloquence means
Giving a good oration.
a speech that is beautiful. Mrs. Thompson did not reply, but presently turned towards the little chamber where her husband had deposited Maggie, and pushing open the door, went quietly in. She's not that rough a lady. If the little child is sleeping, she doesn't want to disturb the child. Joe did not follow. He saw that her state had changed. Whose state had changed? Jane. Changed from what to what? Wait. Both of you are the only ones answering.
From vinegar temper to sweet.
Vinegar temper to saintly temper. At least we can say she has mellowed down from the feeling of why the child is here to at least exploring. एक होता है, एक बच्चा बोलता है मेरे लिए ये क्यों लेकर आए, मैंने आपसे ये मांगा था. अब एक बच्चा एटलीस्ट वो खोल के देख रहा है कि ये वाला टॉय है क्या. That way. Yeah, is it exploring? Joe did not follow. He saw that her state had changed and felt that it would be best to leave her alone with the child. The role that Joe Thompson plays in Maggie being accepted by his wife, this is one of the points for that. So he went to his shop, which stood near the house, and worked until dusky evening, released him from labor. A little shining through the little chamber windows was the first object that attracted Joe's attention on turning towards the house. So his workshop is very close to the house. When he looks towards his house, he can see that the light is on in the little girl's room, that chamber. It was a good omen. Omen?
Sure.
Good sign.
Something related to that.
You need to wait, not answer. Others will go to sleep now. What did you say, Akanksha?
Ma'am, a good sign.
A good sign, a good omen. Underline omen and write sign. The path led him by his windows, and when opposite, he could not help pausing to look in. Now, what he sees in the shadows, you can imagine if you're standing outside a house and the light is on, you can see what is happening there. in dark silhouettes. Correct? So he is going to describe that. So this is an important part of the chapter. It was now dark enough outside to screen him from observation. So it was dark enough for the people inside the room would not be able to see that someone is outside. Those days there used to be no street lights outside. So it used to be dark. जैसे light चली जाती है तो dark हो जाता है ऐसे. Maggie lay in a little brace on the pillow with the lamp shining full upon her face. Mrs. Thompson was sitting by the bed talking to the child, but her back was towards the window, so that her countenance,
Appearance.
you have to not answer for the third time. Yes, face. What about the face? Countenance.
Ma'am, the looks on the face.
The facial expressions. Countenance. Underline countenance and write facial expression. Was not seen. For Maggie's face, therefore, Joe must read the character of their intercourse, the dialogues that is taking place then. He saw that her eyes were intently fixed upon his wife, that now and then a few words came, as if in answers from her lips. So are you getting the scene in your mind that the wife is asking little questions to the child and the child is answering in monosyllabic words. That is monosyllabic. Single words. Mono means single. थोड़ा सा दिमाग यूज किया करो. Mono मतलब single. And then a few words came, as if in answers from her lips. So the child is getting little more comfortable because now the answers are not monosyllabic. Now the answers contain few words. She's answering in sentences. She's getting comfortable with them. That her expression was sad and tender, but he saw nothing of bitterness or pain. So that means she's not saying anything that is sharp and hurting to the child. A deep drawn breath was followed by one of relief as a weight lifted itself from his heart. Weight lifted itself from his heart. Who is the his? Weight lifted.
The tension he had about what will happen next morning. That will avoid
That thought of okay, his wife could do something wrong because like he saw that his wife was not really supporting of something that.
So what is the meaning of weight lifted off his heart?
So that tension
Ma'am, a
of
burden lifted off.
He is relieved that his wife is convinced.
He weight lifted off while he was working. He was thinking that the wife is going to talk very nasty to the child. But weight lifted off because he is relieved to see that it is not like that. What is happening is different from what he had feared would happen. Write the meaning. Write the meaning. Underline weight lifted off his heart. Yes. On entering what?
the house.
Joe did not go immediately to the little chamber. His heavy tread about the kitchen. Tread. You raised your hand for something? So what is the meaning of tread?
Walk.
Footsteps. Heavy footsteps. So उसकी kitchen की आवाज. They have wooden flooring ना तो आवाज आता है. His heavy tread about the kitchen brought his wife somewhat hurriedly from the room where she had been with Maggie. Joe thought it best not to refer to the child, nor to manifest any concern in regard to her. Manifest? Show. Underline manifest and write show. Shaurya, underline.
Yes, ma'am.
How soon will supper be ready? He asked. So he wants to talk about something else. He doesn't want to talk about the child. Right soon, answered Mrs. Thompson, beginning to Bustle about. Bustle about.
It's about to start.
8:27. 8:27. Yeah, come on.
9 o'clock. Na?
Yes.
Bustle means get busy. There was no asperity in her voice. Asperity, anger, negative, sharp, vinegar. After watching from his hands and face the dust and soil of work, Joe left the kitchen and went to the little bedroom. A pair of large dark eyes looked up at him from the snowy bed. Who is that? Whose eyes? Maggie. Looked at him tenderly, gratefully, pleadingly. How the heart swelled in his bosom. Heart swelled in his bosom means what? Chest.
I'm even correct. So very.
Pride. अभी आप भी चुप रहोगे कोई और आंसर करेगा आपने enough answers. With what a quicker motion came the heartbeats. Means
His heartbeat was increasing.
yeah, his heartbeat became fast. Joe sat down and now for the first time examining the thin frame, looking at the thin body of the child, carefully under the lamplight, saw that it was an attractive face and full of childish sweetness, which suffering had not been able to obliterate. Obliterate?
Feel.
You will not answer. You will not answer. You will not answer. Obliterate.
Ma'am, to pass.
To pass, no. To destroy. Obliterate means to take away. Underline obliterate and write the meaning. To take away. जिनके पास textbook नहीं है, at least volume खोल लो because most of these words are listed there. You can write the meaning there if the word is there. आप भी खोल लो. Volume. Take away. Page number 157. No, 211. All three of you have the textbook, Akanksha?
Ma'am, I'm marking it in the volume. I'm not at my house. I have
Very good. Shweta. Today your volume is better.
Yeah. Ma'am, can you hear me, right? You can hear me, right?
I can hear you right, but earlier your volume used to be very high. Today it is better.
Okay, no, ma'am, that was because of the issue of the
Because
mic.
you're not in your house, that's why the arrangement is different. So obliterate means take away. So some childishness, some attractiveness of the face should have ideally been taken away from her face because she was living in a very dry, suffering kind of atmosphere up till now. But that had not happened. Your name is Maggie, he said, and as he sat down and took her soft little hands in his. Yes, sir. Her voice struck a chord that quivered in a low strain of music. Quivered. Quivered. Shook his hand.
Hard.
Quivered means what?
Soft voice, soft tone.
Quivered. Quivering is vibrating. Is it there in the module, this word quivered?
No.
You have not opened the right page. Further module होगा ना, we are on page 33. Have you been sick long? Yes, sir. What a sweet patience was in her tone. Tone?
Voice.
Her voice.
Has the doctor been to see you? Who is asking this? He used to come, but not lately. No, sir. Have you any pain? Sometimes, but not now. When had you pain? This morning, my side ached. Ached? Is the word ached there? And my back hurt when you carried me. It hurts you to be lifted and moved about? Yes, sir. Your side doesn't ache now? No, sir. Does it ache a great deal? Yes, sir. But it hasn't ached any since I've been on this soft bed. So the aching of the back was not because of her disease as much as because of the condition, the kind of bed that she was lying in when she was in her mother's house. Oh yes, sir, so good. What a satisfaction. Mingled with gratitude was in her voice. Mingled is the word there I want to
Mixed with gratitude.
Mixed. Underline mingled and write mixed.
Even there, ma'am.
Yes, it's there. See, it's there in your volume. Take out your volumes, children. Page number
217.
Open to page number 217. Which is the next word after mingled?
Word and indifference.
So when those words come up while reading, I want you to pronounce them, Shakta, so that we can simultaneously enter us. On page number 217, you have the word mingled, right? Mixed. Quivered also, you will write shivered, vibrated. Supper is ready, said Mrs. Thompson, looking into the room a little while afterwards. The word gratitude is also there in the module. Gratitude means?
To show affection.
No. No.
To be thankful.
To be thankful. No, without expecting. No, beta, thankful. Gratitude means thank you. The next word is effort at indifference. Supper is ready, said Mrs. Thompson, looking into the room a little while afterwards. Joe glanced from his wife's face to that of Maggie. She understood him and answered. She can wait until we are done. We, who's the we? Joe and Maggie. Done doing what? Talking. So you must have seen couples who have very young children, even if they come for a wedding or something, then one person will hold the child, the wife will eat, then the wife will hold the child, the husband will eat. Right? So they are saying Maggie will wait till we are done. Then I will bring her something to eat. There was an effort at indifference. An effort at indifference. An effort that makes some change. To make an effort to be polite. Indifference over here is that otherwise she, wanted to overemphasize over and over again that because the child is there, their life is being different. But now she's trying to make an effort that even if the child is there, their life can continue fine. So being indifferent to the fact that the child is there. There was an effort and indifference on the part of Mrs. Thompson, but her husband had seen her through the window and understood that the coldness was assumed. Was assumed?
To be like, oh, maybe she was like that.
To almost pretend. Was assumed is to pretend.
She was pretending.
She was pretending in front of her husband to be the same character that she has been up till now. Actually, in her heart, there is a lot of softness that has come for Maggie. He has seen that through the window. and understood that the coldness was assumed. Joe waited. After sitting down to the table for his wife to introduce the subject uppermost in both of their thoughts. Introduce
Daughter was a
to talk about, to talk about. But she kept silent on that theme.
On that topic.
On that matter.
On that matter for many minutes, and he maintained a like reserve. To maintain a similar silence. Write it in your module. At last he said abruptly. Abruptly means suddenly. What are you going to do with that child? I thought you understood me that she was to go to the poor house, replied Joe, as if surprised at her question. Why is he surprised?
Because he wanted to pursue him to leave her to the
He told her twice that she will stay for.
So, but why is he surprised at
He was
her?
asking about Maggie, and that is.
He's concerned about Maggie.
No. Why is he surprised at
And
the?
he knew that
because he saw Jane having a conversation with Maggie and he thought that her coldness might have been
Yes.
and he
Because he thought that now his wife may not want him to take to the poor house. But now she's bringing up the question, so he's kind of surprised कि oh ये तो अभी तक वही है, ये तो अभी भी यही पूछ रही है कि बच्चे के साथ क्या करने वाले हो तुम? I thought you understood me that she was going to the poor house, replied Joe, as if surprised at her question. Mrs. Thompson looked rather strangely at her husband for sonic moments. Sonic moments?
For a few seconds, or very short amount.
Very short, what very short period? And then dropped her eyes. The subject was not again referred to during the meal. At its close, it means, at meal's close, Mrs. Thompson toasted a slice of bread and softened it with milk and butter. Adding to this a cup of tea, she took them in to Maggie and held the small waiter on which she had placed them. Waiter over here means table. While the hungry ate with every sign of pleasure. Do you think Maggie was given this kind of food in her previous house? Would have been better than this? Also, you're very clear. Is it good? Asked Mrs. Thompson. Again, this is not vinegar temper. She has given her good food and yet again she's asking, is it good? क्या अच्छा लग रहा है आपको बच्चा? Is it good? Asked Mrs. Thompson, seeing with what a keen relish the food was eaten. Keen relish. Write in the module. Now, who doesn't have the module? Those who don't have. But it's not open. I need you to open it to page number 217. You don't have the module? You don't have the module? With pleasure. Enjoying the taste. You're not writing the meaning? Why? Found the word keen relish? Keen relish means enjoying the taste. Is
Ma'am,
it
can you
good?
repeat the meaning of king relish?
Enjoying the taste.
Okay.
Kushagra, you can enter in my book because you have one book there, na? Whose book is that?
Yes, this one's mine.
Acha, so you don't have a book, na? So keen relish is enjoying the taste. The child paused with the cup in her hand and answered with a look of gratitude that awoke to new life old human feelings which had been slumbering in her heart for half a score of years. How much is a score?
20.
20. So how much is half a score?
10.
What is the next over there? Slumbering तो आया तो बताया नहीं आपने? What is the meaning of slumbering?
Staying dormant.
Sleeping. What is the next one?
Half a score of years.
How much is half a score?
10.
What is the next phrase?
Abort.
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 We keep. Acha, why half a score?
She's newborn.
Half of her life, so she's 20 years old.
He's 10 years.
She is 10 years old. Therefore, these feelings have been sleeping in her since the past 10 years because she's 10 years old, her entire life. We keep her a day or two longer. She is so weak and helpless, said Mrs. Joe Thompson in answer to her husband's remark at breakfast time on the next morning that he must step down and see the guardians of the poor about Maggie. So next day at breakfast, when Mr. Joe Thompson told his wife that after breakfast I'll go and meet the guardians of the poor. Who do you think are the guardians of the poor?
The orphanage.
The people who are taking care of the orphanage, the staff of the orphanage. What did his wife reply?
Let's keep Maggie for a
Let's keep Maggie for a day or two. So she is having a change of hearts.
Instead of preserving Maggie to the space.
She'll be so much in your way, said Joe. Now he's saying a dialogue like this almost purposely. कि वो तुमको तंग कर देगी ना दिन भर यहाँ रहेगी तो मैं उसको ले जाता हूँ. I shan't mind that for a day or two, poor thing. So now she is also trying to. एक दो दिन में क्या फर्क पड़ता है? दो दिन की बात ले जाना. Yeah, so now both of them at breakfast time are playing the reverse roles. Joe did not see the guardians of the poor on that day, on the next, nor on the day following. In fact, he never saw them at all on Maggie's account. मतलब मुलाकात हो जाती थी रास्ते पर मैगी का टॉपिक नहीं उठता था. On Maggie's account means to consult them regarding Maggie's case. For in less than a week, Mrs. Joe Thompson would as soon leave thought of taking up her own abode in the almshouse of sending Maggie there. Abode means home.
I'm home.
Home.
And
Ghar.
and house.
Orphanage. So in the couple of days that had passed, Mrs. Joe Thompson's emotion had become that you might as well convert my house into an orphanage than taking Maggie away. Because you see, she's a childless mother. Right now, mother, childless woman up till now, who was having a vinegar temper because of a condition that she was coping with. What condition?
Being not able to have a child.
Being able to have a child. Infertile you can't say because it's almost possible that her husband is infertile. So, feminists will not take it at all when you say this. Yeah. Don't blame the woman for not having the child.
Okay, I know.
Yeah, either. So now at this juncture, the reader is almost feeling sympathetic for Mrs. Joe Thompson. It is like she was bitter because she was in so much of pain and turmoil at not having a child. And now that she has a child, all that sourness and bitterness of her tongue and emotion and countenance, facial expression has gone away. She has become a tender person. So we are feeling sorry for her. कि वो बेचारी सफर कर रही थी. So यहाँ पे there is a Hindi song which says तुम अकेले हो तो किसी का सहारा बनो. So you know, if you are in pain, you can do nothing for your own pain. She couldn't have created a child inside her stomach. She didn't have a baby, she didn't have a baby. But in becoming a help to somebody else, her pain was taken away. All she had to do is have an open mind and accept that child as her own. And she started feeling more complete as a human being. So she had no need to be bitter.
Now she had someone to take care of.
ये चीज को ध्यान से समझो. इस पे अगर क्वेश्चन आता है तो आपको ये सब लिखना है. अंडरस्टैंडिंग?
Yes, ma'am.
Last paragraph of the chapter. What light and blessing did that sick and helpless child bring to the home of Joe Thompson, the poor wheelwright? Therefore, the title of the book, of the story, An Angel in Disguise. अभी तक जो हमको लग रहा था एक diseased child है, brought up by a mother who's an alcoholic, an orphan, a burden on anybody, has proven to be an angel who has come to Joe Thompson's house to brighten his world. Which is the next word? Soul.
Soul is done, huh? Self-uplifting.
कहाँ पर हमने वो word किया?
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया। अभी हम लोग
कहाँ किया soul?
Soul is in the last paragraph.
Yeah, it will still come.
On the fifth paragraph.
What light and blessing did that sick and helpless child bring to the home of Joe Thompson, the poor wheelwright? It had been dark and cold and miserable there for a long time, just because his wife had nothing to love and care for. Underline, because his wife had nothing to love and care for. Nothing because एक child के बदले अगर एक pet भी आ जाता घर पे, तो शायद her pain would have been taken away. This is what most childless couples do. They get a pet home. Nothing to love and care for out of herself, and so became sore. So underline, so in your module, right, sore means bitter. Bitter due to the suffering. Irritable, ill-tempered, and self-afflicting. Self-afflicting. Self-afflicting means harming yourself. In the desolation of her woman's nature. Desolation means alienating, cutting off. A woman is expected to have a particular kind of a soft nature. But in her soreness and bitterness, she kind of cut off the natural woman's emotions. Shagri, you are talking too much. Cut off the natural woman's emotion and became this bitter person. Now the sweetness of that sick child, looking ever to her in love, patience, and gratitude, was a honey to her soul. Honey to her soul. Honey to her soul means almost something that is curative, that heals. क्योंकि पुराने जमाने में कुछ भी चोट लगती थी तो उसमें शहद लगा देते थे जैसे हम लोग हल्दी लगाते हैं. So that child coming home was like applying sophromycin to her torn, cut, diseased soul, her hurting soul. Wound.
Can be like cure for the wound.
Yes. And she carried her in her heart as well as in her arms, a precious burden. A precious burden has come earlier also in the chapter.
Yes, ma'am. When
Joe was carrying the child and taking the child into the house, he considers it a precious burden But at that time, she was of a different opinion. But now she is also seeing the child as a precious burden. As for Joe Thompson, there was not a man in all the neighborhood who drank daily of a more precious wine of life than him. So did he start drinking wine?
No, ma'am. Happiness.
He was high on life because now he has a child and he has a wife who is not bitter of nature. An angel had come into his house, disguised as a sick, helpless, and miserable child.
Disguised.
Discussed in different forms. In a different form.
Yeah.
Honey, wine of life or something.
High on life.
Disguised photo reflect.
Indifferent.
As a sick, helpless, and miserable child, and filled all his dreary chambers with the sunshine of life. Dreary means dark and sad. Go through the chapter, see if you want to ask something. Thank you. So homeless and poor के बीच में क्या difference है? So what is the question you're asking me? Was it for the poor or was it for the homeless? Then poor are homeless only, no?
Obviously, orphans and homeless.
Because 4 hours are from the name, it seems like it is for elderly people who don't have it. It's not an orphanage, it's for like.
So it is a poor house, it is not an orphanage, and that's why one person there says it will be a dry place for a child. Go through the chapter and see if you want to ask anything else.
Strain of music.
कहाँ पर chapter में है?
Chapter नहीं है.
Page number 83. We'll ask the quiver. Last time.
I'm 83 my last year, sir.
Your name is Maggie, he said, and he sat down and took her soft little hands to his. Yes, sir. A voice struck a chord that quivered in a low strain of music, like a music note.
Obliterated. The solution are obliterated the city.
Any other meaning that you want to know, children? Sledge. Where is it? Dry and sad and dark.
Obliterated and dissolution is same. For dissolution also you do.
Dissolution is cut off, obliterated is taken away. जो होने की गुंजाइश है, which is likely to happen, not possible to happen, but likely to happen.
Only one person is there.
Page number
220.
volume 2 na?
Yes.
Page number
220.
So you will do one question for homework, right?
Okay, ma'am.
Is it not time? Is it not 9:30?
Ma'am, 4 minutes.
2 minutes.
You were telling person before to come.
Ma'am? Ma'am, what is the meaning of ruffling feathers?
Where is it? Why are you saying page number 222? It should be 213. 221. But 213 onwards, you will start writing these things also, na? Swastika, you were asking the meaning of one phrase, beta.
No, ma'am, I did not ask. Ma'am, ma'am, on page number 216, there is intently fixed.
216. Where's the text?
Yes. Ma'am, in the volume.
Page number?
Intently fixed.
Where is it in the chapter, beta?
I'm near over.
Ma'am,
Page Page number.
Second line.
Second line, third word. Must read the character of their intercourse. He saw that her eyes were intently fixed upon his wife, and now and then a few words came, as if in answers from her lips. What word are you asking?
Intently fixed. Like with intention, they were fixed on. Like,
Intently fixed means continuously looking at the other person.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, I was asking the meaning of ruffling feathers.
Yes. Where is it occurred in the chapter?
Ma'am, on page number 80, the first paragraph. Sixth line.
Mrs. Thompson saw him approaching from the window and with ruffling feathers met him a few paces from the door. In a very undressed.
Okay.
Undressed. Rebuke बोल रहा होगा, but where is it in the chapter?
Page number 81 last time. Who shouted?
Jane said the wheelwright with an impressiveness of tone that greatly subdued his wife. I read in the Bible sometimes and find much said about little children. How the Savior rebuked his disciples. वैसे meaning पढ़ाते टाइम मैंने meaning बोला था. Shouted at his disciples. डांटा, rebuke, scorned. You see, I cannot simply say the meaning of the word when you ask me. I have to see how it has been used in the chapter. This is 10th standard level. So the word may be used in a different, it may imply something else. So I can't simply say the meaning of the word when you tell me the word. I have to see how it is used, how it has been used in the chapter. Yes. Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break. 15 minutes.
Respect plus bro. I have experience.
I'm not being racist, but
तेरी गाड़ी तो महंगी मेरी है तो ऑल्टो ऑल्टो नहीं पूरा ज्यादा नहीं करता है आगे रहेगा मैं सो रहा था सोते मरने वाला देखो क्या लगता है रिवर्स ले चुका है ओके रिवर्स में लेंगे हाईवे पे सेकंड भी बीस तीस में थे बच गए मतलब क्या बहुत आवाज आ रही है वो पड़ेगा कंटिन्यू
Ma'am, you're on mute.
नहीं मैम नहीं है Saturday is number 210. Come.
poorhouse and left her completely alone in the hut. It was then that he decided to carry her at least to the poorhouse, but on the next day morning, as there were long drawn procedures to complete with the guardians at the poorhouse before they would accept the child, he also told her in an impressive tone, which he had not used much with her, to be scared of God and the sin they would incur if they could not give shelter to his creation even for one night. His tone, which showed in his speech, softened Jane, his wife, a bit. He kept talking to her in an effort to make her understand that she should be soft towards the child, as it was just a matter of one night, and the trauma that she had gone through deserved at least that much. Mrs. Thompson did not reply to his request or discourse and quietly went inside the chamber where Maggie lay. Joe realized that it was better to give his wife some time alone with the child, where a woman's natural instincts as a mother may prevail over her cold heart. He went off to work to stay out of the way and give them ample opportunity to bond with each other. As he was returning home late in the evening, he was happy to see a lamp burning in Maggie's chamber. As he observed Maggie's face lying uh, lying on the bed and speaking to Mrs. Thompson, he noticed there was no fear or apprehension. There was an atmosphere of peace which reassured him about his wife's mental state. He felt relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart to see both the lady and the child sharing a conversation with each other. Joe was so sensitive to his wife that he realized that she would not want to disclose her emotions to anyone in a hurry, and thus he did not even mention a word about Maggie as he came into the room. He pretended he was not really worried about her much and waited for his wife to initiate a conversation first.
Thank you. Anything not understood here, children? Meaning of ample means more than sufficient. I beg your pardon? Claudia, will you read the next passage? Children, please write today's date on top of this page. Page number 10. Claudia?
Yes, ma'am. I was getting disconnected. Could you repeat what you just said?
Swastika?
Yes, ma'am. Shall I continue reading?
Yes, please.
He went about in a usual manner, asking for supper from Jane, and she not only answered in a soft voice, but also seemed to busy herself in the preparations. Joe took the opportunity to quickly cleanse himself from the dust and dirt of work and then slip into Maggie's chamber. As he looked at Maggie properly for the first time, he noticed a childlike innocence and beauty in her, which even years of suffering had not been able to wipe away. He spoke to her at length about her health, and she was both very respectful as well as grateful for their help in her replies. Presently, Mrs. Thompson called him out for supper and, without even a word from him in askance, assured him that she would also serve some eatables to Maggie once they both were done. Joe noticed that she carefully prepared a soft meal of bread, milk, and tea for her and carried it to her room. Her eyes filled with joy and her heart filled with love as she watched Maggie partake her meal with great delight and gratitude. Joe kept up his show of indifference towards Maggie in front of his wife, and she too did not indulge on the topic so that her husband did not get a chance to ridicule her sudden change of heart towards the frail but beautiful child. The next morning, Joe remarked that he would go and visit the guardians in order to felicitate Maggie's movement to the poorhouse. At that, Jane could not contain herself any longer and declared that they ought to take care of Maggie for a while longer, as she was too weak to be left to fend herself at a poorhouse. Joe realized that his wife was in a state when sending Maggie away from them seemed too hurtful. In a week's time, all thoughts of sending Maggie to the almshouse had vanished. Mrs. Thompson was in a way more willing to stay in an almshouse herself rather than sending Maggie to one. Their house.
First of all, a minute. When we did it in the chapter, we were vague about what is happening. So she herself was more willing to go and stay in an almshouse than send Maggie to the poorhouse. Almshouse and poorhouse is same. Alms means beggary that you take. Yes, Swastika, continue.
Their house now resounded with joy and spread warmth in contrast to the dreary and cold place it had been before Maggie's arrival. She seemed to be an angel in disguise who had come by to light the fire of motherhood in Mrs. Thompson, who had forgotten what love meant and who seemed to punish herself and her husband at every opportunity for their misfortune. For Maggie, Joe appeared as the angel in disguise because his build and profession gave him a rough exterior, but hiding beneath was a heart as soft as downy feathers. Both Mr. and Mrs. Thompson felt blessed to have Maggie in their lives and felt indebted to her for the love she spread around their home.
Okay. Now, one thing that I want to explain over here is that not only is Maggie an angel in disguise who has come to the house of the Thompsons, also point to be noted is that Mr. Joe Thompson, who is a well-built guy with a rough exterior, is an angel in disguise for Maggie because Maggie has got a better life. So are you understanding how it is kind of mutual angelism for each other? So if there is a question, you are able to write?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the third child?
Ma'am, I have a doubt.
Swastika, Shaurya, and who was the third child? Parth and then one more. Akanksha. Where is Akanksha? She has not joined back. Okay. Yes, Akanksha. Okay, Shaurya, what is your question?
Ma'am, in one sentence, they had written that she seemed, Mrs. Thompson, who had forgotten what love meant and who seemed to punish herself and her husband. Ma'am, why herself?
No, I'm not getting what you're saying. Show me the model.
There's a sentence that she used to punish herself. So he's asking why would she punish herself?
Yeah.
Where? Can you tell me where is it? Which line?
Ma'am, in the module third, Mrs. Thompson, who had forgotten what love meant and who
Which
seemed
line?
to punish.
Which line? 15th line, 20th line, count and tell me. Okay, found it. So their house now resounded with joy and spread warmth in contrast to the dreary and cold place it had been before Maggie's arrival. She seemed to be an angel in disguise who had come by to light the fire of motherhood in Mrs. Thompson, who had forgotten what love meant and who seemed to punish herself and her husband at every opportunity for their misfortune. So they are a couple who did not have a child. So she was living a life of misery. The husband and wife were arguing with each other at every opportunity. But now that punishing herself and punishing her husband for not having a child and thus bickering all the time has stopped, because in the name of the child they have this angel called Maggie.
Okay.
Clear?
Yes, sir.
Any other doubts, children?
No.
Who's going to come out and read the critical appreciation, Kushagrita? 1 minute. Yes. What? Brothers? Where is it? For Maggie, Joe appeared as the angel in disguise because his build and profession gave him a rough exterior, but hiding beneath was a heart as soft as downy feathers, feathers which have recently grown. जैसे हम बोलते हैं ना काउले पत्ते, kauli bhaji, which is the fresh, which has just grown, it has still to grow to its full. So downy feathers are those under feathers which are smaller in size and therefore very soft. You get this jacket which costs around 12,000, 15,000 rupees, which is the downy feathers of duck. It is filled with not cotton or whatever else that they fill it up with, wool or what. It is filled with the downy feathers of ducks. That's why that jacket is very warm and it costs like 15,000 rupees.
And the critical appreciation, right? Critical appreciation. Critical appreciation. The story has a message for both alcoholics and those who discriminate against disabled people. It shows how alcoholism can ruin a person's life. Not only that, it also depicts how it has an indirect effect and can cause harm to those who are associated with an alcoholic. This is amply depicted by the introduction of the woman who, in a drunken fit, dies in front of her children, not only frightening them, but also leaving them with no one to look up to for their survival. In Maggie, we see a silent sufferer of disablement who is considered a burden by all. Though her able-bodied siblings are taken in by the villagers, but she has no takers. All are ready to condemn her to an aunt's house where life is very pitiable. The story also elaborates the fact that loving and caring are an integral part of human nature. Not only does Maggie need the warmth and affection of Mrs. Thompson, but she too needs someone to care for, to bring purpose in her life. Ma'am, do I have to read the style? The story is a third-party narration. The language is rich in the use of figures of speech and the introduction of characters through behavioral traits like Maggie's mother. Title. The title of the story is very apt as the story revolves around Maggie, who is paralyzed due to a fall in childhood and whose mother dies in a drunken fit, leaving her and her two elder siblings orphaned. She is taken home out of pity by the wheelwright Joe, whose vinegar-tempered wife is unable to save her the joys of motherhood. Joe, who is soft-hearted and particularly fond of children, develops an instant bond with Maggie as she cuddles her against his chest to carry her home. His wife, who has become bitter due to her inability to bear a child, is astonished at her husband for bringing home Maggie. Joe, contrary to his usual soft nature, firmly asserted.
If you come across any words that you do not follow, please interrupt now. Raise your hand if you don't understand anything. Don't ask later. Yes.
But what's third-party narration?
So neither are you Joe Thompson who's telling the story, neither are you Jane Thompson who's telling the story, neither are you Maggie who's telling the story. You are someone else who's telling about this person and this person. You are third party. When you go to the hospital also these days you have TPA, third party authority, who goes and takes the Medicaid. TPA. Yes.
Joe, contrary to his usual soft nature, firmly asserted that the child would stay for the night with them and then he would make arrangements for her to be transferred to the poorhouse. Left with Maggie alone as her husband went out to work, Jane too develops a relationship with her Maggie's childlike innocence, soft words, and expressed gratitude at being accepted by them wins her heart. She does not show her feelings to her husband in the beginning, but he understands her fear of being ridiculed for not showing this side of her nature, which she had hidden for so long. Finally, when her husband mentioned taking Maggie away to the poorhouse, did she refuse to let go of the girl at least till the time that she was sure that Maggie had recovered physically and mentally from the shock of losing her mother. Thus, in the end, we see that Joe and Jane never mustered the heart to part with Maggie. She stayed with them as their daughter, filling their home with love. Hence, we see Maggie, an invalid compared to an angel in disguise, coming into the lives of Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, a childless couple, and bringing with her the blessings of a happy and loving family, lightening up their lives. We see Mr. Thompson, who, also a wheelwright person by profession, portraying a rough exterior, yet possessing a very gentle heart. He was the one who, against all odds, the villagers and his wife adopted Maggie, understanding her pitiable childhood and the pain of her bereavement. He came as an angel in disguise in Maggie's life and filled it with love and happiness.
Finish reading the next page. Yeah.
Use of figures of speech. The author has used a number of figures of speech like personification in the lines. Love was springing into life. A few words came. A soft feeling crept into her heart and a weight lifted itself from his heart. Metaphor is used in describing Maggie as white face, showing her paleness from fear as well as physical weakness. Pity took the place of anger to show how the feelings of the people changed from what they thought of about their mother to what they felt for the orphan children. He wrapped her with the gentleness almost of a woman to show that despite being a man, Joe was capable of displaying soft feelings like those of a mother. Oxymoron, where words that have opposite of very different meanings, are used together. Death touches the spring of our common humanity. Here, death is in contrast to spring. Death signifies the end, and spring conveys a new beginning. C.S. Arthur has used this oxymoron to convey that the woman who was detested by everyone in the village, but her death brought out the softer feelings of pity in them for her and her three children. She carried her in her heart as well as in her arms, a precious burden. The precious burden is an oxymoron because a burden has a negative connotation, whereas precious is something that is treasured positively.
So oxymoron is when you have almost opposite thoughts coming in together. When you have opposite words, it is paradox.
Mrs. Jane Thompson considered Maggie as a burden, as she was an invalid and not even her own child, but later she grew so fond of her that she could not bear to part with her. She willingly looked after all her needs and carried her lovingly in her arms. Thus, her burden became precious to her over time. Repetition. Now, it is a small thing for us to keep the poor motherless little one for a single night, to be kind to her for a single night, to make her life comfortable for a single night. Her single night has been repeated to emphasize that Mrs. Jane Thompson had to be kind and soft to a sick and motherless child only for a short time, even if against her wishes, as Maggie would soon be shifted to a poorhouse. Inversion or anastrophe, which implies the reversal of the normal order of words to emphasize something, has been used, as in, on entering, Joe did not immediately go to the little chamber, and after washing from his hands and face the dust and soil of work, Joe left the kitchen and went to the little bedroom. Polysyndeton is a device where several coordinating conjunctions are used in succession, even though they are not needed in the construct. For example, after considering the matter and talking it over with his wife, Farmer Jones said that he would take John and do well by him, now that his mother was out of the way, and Mrs. Ellis, who had been looking out for a bound girl.
Children, let's start writing the meanings of the words and phrases. Anyone who doesn't have a module? No, I don't have. What is the meaning of bereavement? Page number 212. Yes, bereavement. What is the meaning of this word? Bereavement. Page number 212. If you will read the sentence, you can very much guess the meaning of the word.
Not illness.
To grieve the death of someone. See, adopted Maggie, understanding her pitiable childhood and the pain of her bereavement, the grief of being that her mother has died. Anyone who doesn't have a module? You don't have? Start writing the meanings. Children, page number 213. Start writing the meanings.
I mean, combination passages only ask us the meaning of words. So if we don't know the meaning of the words, can we write a phrase like in a form of sentence where that word is used? Because they say them give one word meaning or phrases to explain your.
Yeah, that doesn't mean make sentence. You have to write the meaning of it.
Short stripes or fat, right?
Yeah. So you will not find idleness in the dictionary. What you will find in the dictionary is idle. Idleness is the noun form of idle.
Ma'am,
Yes,
ma'am,
Shaurya?
we are on page number 213, right? I'm getting disconnected.
Yes, 213. We are
The
writing the
meaning,
meanings of the words.
ma'am, are you discussing or should we write it by ourselves?
We are writing.
Okay.
Ma'am? Ma'am, threshold means the area between the door and the outside ground, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Should have an arranged platform.
Between the interior and exterior of the house.
Ma'am, idleness is loneliness, right?
You have to see how it has been used in the chapter. See where it features in the chapter and then decide what it means.
Ma'am, it is idleness, vice, and intemperance.
Show me the textbook. Page number.
Ma'am, I'm checking from the module. In the module, it is given.
But
Idleness.
it is given in the module, but we have to see how the word has been used in the chapter. No.
Ma'am, it is in page number 77, first line of the chapter only. Idleness, vice, and intemperance had done their miserable work, and the dead mother lay cold and still amid her wretched children.
Idleness means not doing any work.
In this context, okay.
Idleness means not doing any work. Sitting idle without doing anything. Laziness.
Being intoxicated by consumption of an Why?
What is the meaning of attire?
Ma'am,
Clothes.
clothes.
So can you say monoxide or orphanage?
Not necessarily orphanage. People who are homeless, who are poor also.
Ma'am, what is threshold?
According to this book, last time homework is question 1. Government is asking homework is question 1.
Ma'am, 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 what is the meaning of threshold?
Ma'am, question number 4 था ऐसे last one. Ma'am, last question 4 था.
Threshold meaning is a boundary between the interior and exterior of the house. जिसको हम चुगाड़ बोलते हैं ना.
Intemperance.
So much of the total English question I was already solved now.
Intemperance.
So given the data.
Yeah, this is what chapter.
But I still don't know. Can word
Intemperance.
such a word. Sorry.
The third word. Page 2.
First word है book का. Wait, textbook. उसका first word interpretation.
It is idleness, vice, intemperance. Bad manners, no etiquettes. Bad manners, no etiquettes.
Meaning of form that.
Ma'am, what is the meaning of drunken fit?
Where is it in the chapter?
It is solved paragraph. Second last line.
He had fallen upon the threshold of her own door in a drunken fit.
In a state of being so drunk that you are not able to walk properly.
So, in a state of being drunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meaning of vice, idleness, vice. Show me where it's. Vice means opposite of virtues, bad deeds.
What is the meaning of
Hated.
Ma'am, can we read it to regard with contempt and despise?
Ma'am, what is the meaning of scoffed at?
Shouted.
Outed.
Scolded. Show me where it is in the chapter. To look at somebody with the feeling of pity.
From the word ban and wasted form, doing the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Wasted form.
Scolded. Show me where it is in the chapter.
Ma'am, quite inhabited.
Show me where it is in the chapter.
second paragraph begins. Subdued.
But now, as the facts of her death was passed from lip to lip in subdued tones, I had said while explaining, in soft voice, because we are talking of somebody's death. उस टाइम पर ये क्या कर रहा था ना, वो जो उधर बैठा था ब्लू शर्ट वाला लड़का, उसके साथ बातें कर रहा था. Yes. And now you are asking meanings of words which were already told. The whole class knows it, but you don't know it. Why you did not know? So then why are you taking the textbook and showing me where the word is?
We can dine out of first round. We can dine.
Shaurya, are you writing?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on hastily.
Akanksha, why is your video off? Akanksha, Subdued means in a low voice, soft voice. Intermittent. Show me where it is in the textbook.
Ma'am, act of burial.
In which she had secured little more than a place of shelter from summer's heat and winter cold. Some with grave clothes for a decent interment of the body, to bury it in the ground. Tendency to what, show me. I could do much better, I know, said Mrs. Ellis, but as no one seems inclined to take her, it's the mindset.
I'm done.
All? So what is the meaning of idleness? Not doing anything. Vice. Bad deeds. Intemperance. Restraint. Bad manners, na? See how it is used in the chapter. Wretched. In a bad state, in a bad condition.
Ma'am, I
She
wrote
says-
unfortunate
she-
state.
She says wretched children. Wretched means they are in a bad condition.
Ma'am, I
Yes,
wrote
Shaurya?
unfortunate state.
Unfortunate is fine. Bad deeds. Threshold, the boundary between the interior and exterior of a house. Drunken fit, being intoxicated, despised, hated, scoffed at, shouted, scolded at, denounced, cut off, separated, boycotted, subdued, scoffed, interment, stout, star, inclined, fitting glances, sympathy will be better than saying pity क्योंकि आप meaning के बदले में फिर से वही word नहीं दे सकते हो. So turn, don't write feeling sympathy. Say sympathetic. Then wasted form, not properly put to use, cast off, bone off, soil, dirty, ragged, torn, attire, clothes, bedridden, bound to bed, not able to move, poor house, a house for the poor, homeless, brat, spoiled, over pampered, blessed change, a change that is for the better, better conditions, dilapidated hut. Where is a dilapidated hut? Now, what is the first question there?
How did the village people take
What would be the answer?
And they felt pity for her, they gave her.
They felt pity for her. Her over here will mean Maggie's mother, because that is in the question. Isliye
Ma'am,
you should
can I
never
tell?
begin your answer with her. Yes, Shaurya.
Ma'am, ma'am, the village people treated Maggie by giving her clean clothes.
That's all.
Uh,
One line answer. You have to write 5 to 6 lines.
they felt pity for Maggie,
So you should begin with an introduction.
or
Yes.
they felt sympathetic for Maggie.
Maggie was sent to the poorhouse after her mother's death, where
How did the village people treat Maggie after her mother's death?
They felt sorry for her.
But Maggie was not good because her and no one wanted
Bed rest child, bed rested child. Should we not mention who took the brother and who took the sister and who was the brother's name and what was the sister's name?
Complete the whole paragraph.
Mrs. Ellis. Yes.
They bought clothes and food for Maggie, but nobody wanted to take her home. Also, we will mention that Mrs. Ellis was interested in taking Katie because she would be a help in her house. The farmer John was interested in taking Father Jones. Father Jones was interested in taking John so that he can help in the farm. But Maggie could not be put to any such similar use. Therefore, nobody was interested in taking someone who would instead be a liability. But Joe Thompson, the wheelwright, felt tenderness for her, carried her to his house. ये सारा लिखने के बाद आंसर कंप्लीट है.
He writes one line sentence for a grade, right?
अरे जिस मुद्दे पे बात चल रही पहले उस पे तो रहो. आंसर क्लियर हो गया तुमको? Are all the points covered? What you have to write? Yes. Now what do you want? Someone who sets a metal strip on the wooden tires. This boy is only interested in asking me questions when I am standing there. The moment I move out of there, he writes not a single answer. मैं वहाँ पे खड़ी रहूँगी तो एक वर्ड मेरे से पूछता जाएगा. मैम इसके लिए क्या लिखना है, इसके लिए क्या लिखना है, इसके लिए क्या लिखना है. That's it. एक भी वर्ड को टेक्स्ट बुक में से ढूंढ के कि वो कहाँ पर है, उसका मीनिंग क्या है, करके मेहनत करके काम करने में इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है. चम्मच लेके मेरे मुंह में निवाला डालते जाओ. चावल दाल लेकर मेरे मुंह में डालो, मैं सिर्फ बैठ के खाऊंगा.
Instead of death,
Swastika, what have you written for be doctored?
Ma'am, doctor means to be taken care of by a doctor.
For a doctor to visit the patient? Havel? Swastika, Havel?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, just a minute. I'm switching on my video also. Hovel, ma'am, Hovel, a tool used to, you know, take care of the plants.
देखो स्वास्तिका, तुम वैसे ही क्लास जो है ना ऑनलाइन अटेंड कर रही हो, उसके बाद भी अगर वीडियो ऑफ रख के बिल्कुल भी ध्यान नहीं देना है ना, तो आई डोंट हैव सम मैजिक क्वेश्चन टू गिव यू सो दैट यू कैन स्टार्ट स्कोरिंग मार्क्स. After writing the meaning of the blackboard, if you are going to tell me Havel is a tool, I don't know what you are doing. Why you didn't see?
Ma'am,
Why
because
you didn't see?
ma'am, I was writing the answer, so I didn't see on the board.
What is the meaning of copper? Your name is Swastika.
Ma'am, poor person.
Scarcely.
Scarcely means in less amount.
Hastily.
Hurriedly.
Resolutely refraining.
Resolutely refraining means being worried and stepping behind.
Absolutely wrong. Very clearly while telling the chapter, I told the meaning of resolutely restraining. Shaurya?
Ma'am, is it firm determination?
Wrong. What did I say in the class? Deliberately not looking. Deliberately stopping yourself from doing something. Resolutely means deliberately, you have decided about it. Refraining means stopping yourself. Here it is stopping yourself from looking. Wheelwright, Swastika.
Wheelwright, a person working to make wheels. The one.
When I'm explaining the chapter, you were somewhere else.
Ma'am, you said that a wheelwright is a person who like working with the wheel, like you heat it and it expands and then you put it on the wooden
wheel. A wooden wheel. You heat it.
Heat, ma'am, heat.
You heat a wooden wheel.
No, ma'am, the iron part, and then you put it on the wheel because the size increases. I remember you said this.
Wheelwright is a person who rings the wooden wheel with iron. Rings the wooden wheel with iron. Hastening.
Hastening means to hurriedly go some. Hastening means to hurry.
Springing away.
Springing away. Avoiding something and then going away.
Vague.
Vague. Unclear. Blur.
Terror.
Fear.
Very good. Now the question is, how did the village people? अच्छा ये तो हमने कर लिया. Continue with the word meanings on 214. Just like I have picked up Swastika and asked her what meanings she has written, I will pick up any one of you and ask you what meanings you have written. Yeah, answer in book. Don't indulge into writing the answers to the questions right now. That you can do for homework. We have discussed the answer. You have got all the points. You can write it for homework. Finish the word meanings now. It is for homework. What I just finished saying. My turn. Generally means collected, but here show me in the chapter what it means. Where is it? This place? Here. Somewhere here? Here? Okay. Okay. Collected.
I'm not able to understand the meaning of the mindset. Guardians can be like workers of poor or landlords of poor.
No, guardians are the caretakers.
Ma'am, could you please tell me the meaning of the word hoarded?
Collected.
Okay, ma'am.
You don't have the money. तेरे जैसा noisy and akra wakra. Dilapidated. Collected, hoarded, collected. Hoarded, tied up.
No, but this word has been used in feelings of Mr. Jew and that. Ma'am, face was in a flame. Red face in anger. Red face in anger.
Yes. Poor.
Recorded, but it has been used like a bond had already recorded itself around the pole. And it was strictly recorded with the This what is to be formed, right?
How many times have I told the meaning of ruffling feathers?
Ma'am? Ma'am, for shrink against, can we write contracted?
For which word?
Shrink against.
What is the word? Done? Akanksha done?
Ma'am, no, ma'am, I'm not completed it. I'm till vinegar tempered.
Where is Shaurya gone? Center?
Ma'am, not or dedicated gentle.
Mended?
Ma'am, something broken.
Lax. Mended means something broken. Repaired? Lads? Young boys? Sleds? Boarded?
Corrected.
Without a draft?
Poor.
Stooping?
Formal.
Bending?
Ma'am, formal erect position.
No, erect position means that to bend there. Bending? Saintly temper?
Long tempered or patient?
Wrong tempered means saintly tempered means good tempered. Good nature.
Ma'am, the patient word, can we use that also?
Patient? No, good nature.
Okay.
Thank you. Where is the word sled come in the chapter? There word is sleds and wagons.
Sled is it like the one which they use for snow riding?
Yes.
Oh.
Sled is a vehicle that moves on snow.
Yes, I don't believe that on small vehicles is a platform for mountain focus on
For what?
For the first question.
No, answers will come next time.
No, I just wanted to know this.
Finish the word meaning. That's what we are doing now. Next 45 1 hour 15 minutes. So what do you want me to do actually? Is the lecture going to finish it by I think this methodology is not working out with you children. I have a whole group of children who are only talking to each other. I have a whole group of children who are starting doing the homework and writing the answers. And I have a whole group of children who are just waiting. I don't know for what. So the next word is well-grounded. Where is it in the chapter? I did not ask you. I asked where is it in the chapter?
Ma'am, it is on page number 80.
It is used when the when Joe was taking Maggie to the house, and he was sure that there will be some tension in the house regarding Maggie.
Page number 80. Page number 80.
Now, Joe Thompson's wife, who happened to be childless, was not a woman of saintly temper, nor much given to self-denial for others' good. You think this writing word meaning is helping a lot actually?
Yes, ma'am.
Joe had well-grounded doubts touching the manner of eating. Well-grounded means having good reason.
Well-based.
With ruffling feathers, restless, precious, something that you value, burden, liability,
Corded, tied up.
corded,
Tied
formed, shrink against,
And cut it out of your.
cut it,
Out of here.
pleading,
Requesting,
cautionary, chamber, vinegar temper, astonishment,
Surprise.
face was in a flame, red with anger, rigidly, hard,
Confirmly.
stubborn. Where is it in the chapter? Page number? Which paragraph? I think women's hearts are sometimes very hard, said Joe. Usually Joe Thompson got out of his wife's way or kept rigidly silent. Absolutely silent. See, rigidly otherwise means stubbornly. But here it is absolutely silent. Non-combative,
Non-fighting behavior.
Unargumentative.
Ma'am, can we write non-aggressive?
Yes. Fired up. Got angry. Encountered.
You come across someone.
Met. Countenance. Facial expression. Resolute.
Determination.
Intuition. Tossed. Threw away. You should maintain the tense of the word in your meaning. Indignation. Determination.
Perfect.
Apt.
Perfect.
Well
That
suited.
fits. Go on fool's errands. To do foolish acts.
Be foolish.
Gainsaying.
No opposing ideas.
Where is it in the chapter?
Which was
On page 81.
page 81.
Benefit.
Page 81.
Benefit.
Not shouldn't it here mean like there is no opposing this like first it has to be approached like
Because I am not apt to go on fool's errands, the guardians must first be seen and permit obtained. There was no gainsaying this.
ये तो होना ही मानसिक लाभ
When will you see the guardian? कि ये बोलने का भी कुछ फायदा नहीं हुआ. There was no benefit saying this.
no benefit gains no benefit
No, there already has. So gainsaying is only benefit. Guardians. Irrepressible impatience. You cannot use the same word. उन लोग ने irrepressible बोला तुम unrepressible बोल रहे हो. Wrong एकदम. You cannot use the same word. Yes. But what can't be suppressed?
impatience
Patience.
not impatience
Feelings can't be suppressed.
Feelings of what?
the feelings of wanting
So this is irrepressible impatience. So that means it is a urge, a strong urge. Get the whole thing off your hands.
to do okay work as fast
To do away with the matter.
to get away with
To get away from the matter. Impressiveness of tone.
establishing
Voice modulation that makes the other feel comfortable. Subdued. Where is it comes the chapter?
The tone that
Ma'am,
greatly
page 81, last paragraph.
no here it's different something ma'am it's on page number 81 last paragraph not impressive
Jane set the wheelwright with an impressiveness of tone that greatly subdued his wife. Calmed down. That is why I said, see, there it may be subdued tones because you're talking about someone who's dead, so that is soft. But here it is subdued his wife, means not soft his wife, calmed down his wife. So you have to see how the word has been used in the chapter. Review.
I'm shouted at
Shouted at.
not to express sharply can you say
To express shouting क्या होता है? To express sharply. No, but it is not just express. You are criticizing the other person's action. That is rebuke. आप उसको डांट रहे हो. You scolded him for his wrongdoing. That is rebuke. Okay, why have you come without your book? This is a rebuke. So I'm not saying something sharply. I'm criticizing you for your wrong action. Scolded. Disciples. Followers. Not at all. Moisture in his eyes. Tears. Crept. See how it is used in the chapter and you will know the meaning. It is not something that is because I had explained it when I said the chapter. What's the meaning of crept? Crept is not entered.
But this sentence is like a soft feeling crept into her heart. Originate. Stayed into her heart.
So what is the meaning of crept?
Entering of
Entering how?
them to develop in something gradually, slowly.
Gradually, slowly. Entered slowly.
One thing.
Unwanted eloquence.
Unintentional
Unintended.
unintended good origin.
Unintended clarity of speech.
Ma'am, instead of the word unintended, can we use the word unexpected?
Unexpected? No. It is something that I did not plan. Unplanned elocution.
Okay, ma'am.
Dusky
Having little light.
evening. Labor.
Verb.
Omen.
Good sign.
No, it can be bad omen also. So omen is just sign. Omen is just sign. Then it can be good omen, bad omen. Screen him. Where does it come in the chapter?
I'm like, he wasn't visible.
Page number.
Page number 82. Fifth last line. And make him visible or something.
The path led him by his windows, and when opposite, he could not help pausing to look in. It was not dark enough outside to screen him from observation. Hi.
Unintended clarity of speech.
Character of their intercourse. Topic of their नहीं है.
From the intercourse is the conversation.
Intercourse is the conversation, the dialogue. But
Facial expression of mind.
no,
Not the way that they were giving all the dialogues.
I'm not in the character.
तो character के लिए character.
It's like
And the topic
Maggie नहीं है, dialogue है.
about Maggie. The nature of the conversation.
Nature or manner. Nature of conversation. अरे उसका नेचर नहीं, जो बात हो रही थी उसका नेचर. Intently fixed. Staring. Bitterness.
Feeling bitter.
You cannot say it in the
Harshly.
Yes, sir, it's 45.
Rude.
So you will finish this for homework?
Yes, ma'am.
Just what is the previous clean
Ma'am, 45 is
and you can check.
up to your resume.
I will go to the next class.
This is
Maybe it's still gratitude. भाई देखा अच्छा है ना हम नेक्स्ट क्लास में चेक
Actually, starting with the chapter today, no, we should have begun with some homework.
Yes, ma'am, I was doing at 1 a.m. I was doing at 10 o'clock. I remember that.
Next time we check it definitely.
Because there were too many tests coming continuously. This Saturday there is 6 chapter tests.
Thank you, class.
Bye, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
हो गया
ए भाई ये बैठो और बिल्कुल सबसे बड़ा मदद सही है इंटर ऑलरेडी भाई अपनी कमेंट्स तो क्या देखते हो हमें कमेंट्स सब में आ उसकी बात
Ma'am, you're on mute.
Enough of the comment. Enough. Come on, sit. Let's begin with the. Can you unmute? Some. Pratik, without wasting my time and your time, so yesterday, Pratik, I said come quickly. Do you not understand English? Very quick. Okay. Yesterday, we did quite many things. And I knew you were down with electrical, of course, today it's that opposite. Huh? We will do a full amount of recap because that is required for moving to next part. And Pratik, if you do not come with a 10, come directly to opposite side. Come on, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 1, 3, 2, 1, 1. Are you ready for one to come to the face? All right. So we'll start with the first thing that we understood. So that is refraction, and then we started. Okay, then we did the last part where we saw multiple images formed, right? Did we even recollect that part?
No, mental images is not recollected. I have to repeat again everything. The multiple images on a thick pane.
All right. We'll start with the simplest thing. Let me just see how much to remember. If light is hitting, will this ray of light reflect or refract?
Refract.
It will refract. Okay. Towards the end of the class, we saw. Do you think all the ray that is hitting this glass surface, will always refract?
No, ma'am.
Some amount will reflect back. But if this was mirror, then what would happen? Yes. So that was that we concluded in the last diagram. If you remember, if you do not remember, it's fine. So we saw that almost all the light, like 97% or 95%, depending upon our refractive medium, glass, whatever it is. Almost all the light will refract, so it will pass through it. Okay? But some amount of light will reflect back. So in the last diagram that we were drawing, if you remember, we had shown the reflected ray also. Okay, so
Yes,
this diagram is seen throughout in your textbook, even for the refraction part. But then you have to understand which ray, if I name this as R1, R2, and R3, which ray is showing refraction? Which one is showing reflection? Okay, and of course, which one is the incident ray? Okay. Now, this angle is what?
Angle of incidence.
What about this angle?
Angle of refraction.
Can you quickly tell me any kind of relation between I and R? I mean, angle I and this R. I am saying, can you give me any relation? So give me refractive index, all right?
Sin I by sin R is equals to refractive index.
Sin I by sin R is what?
Refractive index.
And we represent it by? Can we have this is refractive index is sin I by sin R, okay? But then I have this reflected ray as well. What is that? Reflected rays law? Reflected rays.
Angle of incidence.
So this angle and this angle both are equal. So whenever you are drawing this diagram, in case you are showing both the things, then you have to make sure that this angle should look equal to this angle, and of course this one should be smaller or greater. Smaller because we are moving to lesser medium, so it should have gone straight like this, but I have shown bent towards the normal. So this diagram is clear. We discussed this. We discussed the reflected part also. Reflection is seen on the glass surface. It is very much polished surface, but very small amount of reflection is seen, and almost all the rays that is hitting will pass through it. So we see major refraction part. All right. Can we have another relation for this refractive index? Because with respect to what will you use for that? It's for her. I said it's for her. So one relation was with respect to angle of incidence and angle of refraction. Can you give me another relation for this? There we are talking about mu of glass. Okay. Shall you can give her a hint? What is that term that you will use? You can be louder. Don't give her the answer. I said a hint. Velocity. You have to use velocity of light. There is no V1 and V2. I think the glass and air. So this is with respect to glass and air.
Ma'am, can I tell?
Huh? Okay. Shaurya, you can go and tell me what is the correct answer. She is saying velocity of glass upon velocity of I never knew I had all this knowledge.
पूरा मजा किरकिरा करती है
Velocity upon velocity of glass. And if I write, please give me answer. If I ask you this, what is the
V2 upon V1.
V2 upon V1. Now tell me, okay, this is the thing. I'm making it a bit complicated now. So
Ma'am, can you tilt the camera or can you write on the left hand side? We cannot see the right hand side.
I'll write on this side. So we did this and he gave answer. It is V2 by V1. Right? You gave it like this. If it is V2 with respect to 1, what would it have been? It is V1 by V2. Of course, this is not.
Ma'am, wasn't it 1 upon U, 2U and 1 you had given?
Go again, Shaurya. What are you asking?
Ma'am, wasn't it 1 upon 1U2?
Yes, of course it was. And we get it from this, right?
Okay.
This is V2 by V1. This is V1 by V2. So then we give relation over here.
Okay.
So mu1 by 2 is equal to 1 upon. Now we are moving to important part. Important thing. Okay, we'll go to you. Let's consider this one. Okay, we are considering this one. Mu2 by 1 is equal to V1 upon V2. This is the formula. Now I am doing something and you will tell me how it changes. What I am doing, I am multiplying numerator and denominator with the same number. Yeah. If I multiply it by 2 above, I will multiply it by 2 below. Will it change this formula? No, because it will cancel ho jayega, then it will remain the same. So now I multiply it with C in numerator and multiply it with C in the denominator. C represents what? In air in vacuum. Okay. So I have multiplied and divided it by the same number. Nothing is changing. But then I have multiplied it so that I can find the new relation. Okay. Now, can you tell me if I consider P1 and C together or C and P2 together? I hope you are with me.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is, I am saying V1 and I am taking V2. ठीक है? अब ये क्या हो जाएगा? मैं इनकी जोड़ी बना दे रही हूँ basically. I will write C2 with respect like this, C2 by V2, okay? And I am writing here C by V1. They are same, right? मैंने सिर्फ इसको यहाँ लिख दिया, यहाँ लिख दिया. Both of them are in numerator and denominator. Can you tell me what does this represent now? C by V2, velocity of air upon velocity of medium 2.
Refractive index of medium 2.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Did you get what she's trying to say? Okay, can you explain more? She's not the answer. Do you think that's your answer too?
It's a refractive index of the object with respect to the velocity of light.
Everything is velocity of light from here.
Like,
Okay. Explain it again. Swastika said correct answer. I want
Refractive index of glass.
this. Where is glass?
And the second one, refractive index of light.
So this part shows C ऊपर है मतलब आपका surrounding medium क्या है? Air है और main medium क्या है? 2 है. So आप इसको ऐसे लिख सकते हो refractive index of 2. I know you were trying, but you said it in much form. When you use all velocity of light, you just had to say velocity of light in. But you were correct. I knew you were. So, okay, so what we see is this can be represented just by mu2 और हमने कल ही सीखा था कि जब बाजू में कुछ दिया नहीं हो तो surrounding medium क्या होता है? So I'm just writing it as mu2. ठीक है? Similarly यहाँ पे C by V2 को mu2 लिख दिया है तो यहाँ पे C by V1 क्या हो जाएगा? mu1 हो जाएगा. But mu1 where in denominator because यहाँ पे C denominator में C upon V1 है. So ये क्या हो जाएगा? Into 1 by mu1. ठीक है? Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what we are seeing, this same thing. Can I erase this now?
Yeah.
So the same thing can be written as the same thing mu2 या तो आप ऐसे भी लिख सकते हो v1 by v2 या आप इसको कैसे लिख सकते हो? आप इसको कैसे लिख सकते हो? mu2 by mu1 भी लिख सकते हो. Are you getting?
Yes, ma'am.
We're just breaking over here. The comparison was ये मान लीजिए refractive index of glass with water होता तो यहाँ पे कोई comparison air से हो रहा था आपका? नहीं. आप इसको चाहो तो velocity of light in water upon velocity of glass भी बोल सकते हो velocity of light in glass. Otherwise, if you don't know velocity of light in water and velocity of light in glass, you can also put it in terms of refractive index of what will come first? Glass upon refractive index of water, and of course, what is here? It is with respect to
Air.
It is with respect to air because I am not giving anything. So it is not with respect to water. After say UG water will go because it's the same thing, right? So when nothing is given, so it is the refractive index of glass with respect to air. Refractive index of water with respect to air. All I did was I changed the surrounding medium from water to air and gave the relation. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So your formulas for refractive index will keep on growing depending upon what information are you having. Okay. So if you are given, we already know. अब तो ये learn ही हो जाना चाहिए. I will go to her. I hope you remember what we call this law as. Nobody knows. Yesterday, we had given this question.
Yes,
to you. You need to pay attention. What is the answer? The one sitting next to her. What do we call this law? Snell's law of what? It is Snell's law of refraction. Now, one part is done. आपका रे हिट कर रहा है, it can undergo refraction. Majorly, you will see refraction. थोड़ा बहुत reflection हो जाता है, depending upon
आपका पॉलिश सरफेस कितना अच्छा है, आपके पास कितनी लाइट गिर रही है, उस पे भी इंटेंसिटी है.
thickness.
That was for other thing. The second relation now we view कल का सब दो ही रिलेशन बताते हैं रिफ्रैक्टिव इंडेक्स के with respect to angle, with respect to velocity. Today we got another one with respect to refractive index also, other refractive indexes जहाँ पे हमने surrounding medium change कर दिया. ठीक है, very important. I will request you to put all अभी ये तो जरूरत नहीं है आपको, but put all three information together. What you knew first, you knew this, ठीक है, and you are adding one more. So you are adding one more. The third one है ये जो आया, यहाँ पे ये कैसा है, आप चाहो तो ये लिख दो, आपको समझ आ गई है ये कैसे आ रहा है, and it's up to you, don't write this, but this is important. And to understand what 2 and 1 and how this 2 and 1 are different, please write this one. So you'll understand here this refractive index was with respect to glass and water, and here you have glass with respect to air, this with respect to water. Please write this information and I asked you to write down and not discuss. Should I use this diagram?
Ma'am, we have to draw that out.
Don't write this. Write this first. I am going up because I had used this. I hope you understand the orders. Refractive index. Okay, so we're going to say it. Who is that? These two expressions are same.
From the last relation we have to write from up. From there we have to write upside. Not that.
This is the first relation which you already know. This is first. Then you go up second. This is the third one.
Okay.
And then from that you see mu2 one can be written as mu2 upon mu1, which you write over here. This you already knew. This first, second, third. This is important relation. You are just changing the medium of 2 to glass मान लीजिए, water मान लीजिए. Maybe I had written something down, so I Shall we go ahead now? So now we know 3 relations for refractive index. If this letter is not M, this is not M. It's U. Okay, if it's like this U, आपने ऐसे कर दिया, यहाँ पे भी straight line कर दिया. It is mu. It is not M. I am not writing M. It looks like U though. It looks like you should never M. Don't write it S. Okay, shall we?
No, ma'am.
It looks like you, not M. Ma'am, can you V1 of what? I just rearranged. I just rearranged. Okay. So this C जो था, I just moved it over here. So again it is C into V1. यहाँ पे भी V1 into C था. I just made it C1 into V1. Why? So that C can come together with V2, and I got this expression will be called refractive index of V2, right? And यहाँ पे C को यहाँ पे यहाँ आ गया. ये C का position मैंने change कर दिया. That's it. For that I can